Welcome back to another episode on the Coin King channel. It's your girl down to Crypto TA, and let's get into this disclaimer. The content provided on the Coin King channel, including all videos, commentaries, signals, and opinions shared by hosts or guests, is for informational and entertainment purposes only. Nothing presented should be considered financial investment or trading advice. Always conduct your own research and consult with a licensed financial advisor before making any financial decisions. The Coin King and its guests are not responsible for any losses incurred from trading or investing based on information shared on this channel. All trading involves risk. That's right. We're not here to get rich. We are here to not be broke. And with that said, let's just take a look at the chart. See here. All right, so just kicking things off here on the Bitcoin chart. I was actually trying to set up a couple of things in it, yeah, I'm always tired at night. Give me just a minute. All right. All right. So just kicking things off here on the daily time frame, just looking back at, our ascending trend line here and how far away we are from potentially breaking below this ascending trend line here. Possibly even coming down into 786 1000 EMA. Let me just put this here. I have removed it from my chart once before. Our dynamic duo over here. Nope, I don't want it like that. I want it like this. So maybe a little bit of a scare across this trend line. Can't guarantee that it's going to happen, but it is an option. There's an option of things that could happen here. So just here on the daily time frame, not well, bouncing off of the golden pocket here, and this is simply drawn from our previous month candle close up to this little pivot up here, and it's basically where we came back into along with this high over here, and a 4 hour range. And what I was saying before is that this 1000 EMA has been respected on some of the, if you go up to NASDAQ, slap on a couple of different stocks. And you'll see that the 1000 is something that price action has tapped into before bouncing, which is relatively close here to this 786 here on this daily time frame. So maybe we get a little scare over here. We start to break this trend line over here. Yeah, and everybody's ready to sell, then the market reverses or something like that. But so far, the daily is looking okay. It's looking okay, just okay. If I take a look down here, yeah, you can see we got that drop here on the Bollinger, on the RSI. You can see our little bottom trend line here where we got the recovery here off of our bottom trend line here, which spans back a little bit here. This touch, this touch, this touch, and this touch, and then we have our highs here. So pardon the noise. I'm just trying a couple of different things here. I'm trying all facets to see if that'll work for me. All right, so here, 1-2 fast delta signals took place here. Now the MACD is still pointing downwards, so if we do start to cross the zero line, then you can most certainly expect that we might get that scare across that trend line. So just putting that little information out there. All right, so let's get back into what we were looking at yesterday on the chart. So obviously Bollinger Bands were squeezing here in this little pattern here. And when the signal popped up from the Bollinger to go long here, when it initially popped up, I did indicate do not buy that. And I mean, it did play out to the point that I was looking at on the chart, which was this purple box here. But I did indicate don't buy that. So one of the things that I was indicating here is that on the 4-hour time frame, it could be that the 4 hours looking to invalidate that bearish divergence. Let me just switch just to 3 charts here. So it could have been that the 4-hour was looking to invalidate the bearish divergence that it was showing, which was with this pivot here, this little high here. So to take out this liquidity here. But that actually, yesterday when we got the move up, we did not manage to take out this little pivot right here. We started getting these top wicks up here, just at this 4-hour zone over here. And this is more of a breakdown here of what I was looking for. Let me just use this one and just use this 1 hour here. So just looking for this little liquidity right here to be taken on this move up to simply invalidate what was shown on the 4-hour time frame and the 1-hour time frame too, were all showing some bearish divergence. But when we got up here, when we first got here, you saw that first big wick that we got here, and then we tried it again, and all price did was put in a bear div. That's all it did at this return zone, was just put in the bear div, and now we're coming back down. And so we mentioned this yesterday, the potential of this liquidity here being taken for that push up, which is what I was looking for yesterday. And then I said I'm not really interested anymore because we've already started pushing to the upside. So now I'm looking for prices to come back down here around about this high here. That is what I'm looking for. So this is what I drew on the chart yesterday when we was on stream, and so this is still actively what I'm searching for, is for price to come back down here to this top side here. But we do have an abundance of liquidity sitting there. It is Tuesday. We go through the process of what's called False Move Monday. So we'll see how things go today, if we'll actually get this move down here just for this liquidity here, and then potentially have another attempt at taking out the liquidity here at this point, and possibly coming back up here to this point here, which is simply just going to be where price was attempting to hold before we got this pretty nice breakdown here. For anyone who was short, we had an abundance of shorts piling into the market yesterday, and that was just fuel for prices to continue higher. So that is the only way that I can see this situation here. As you can see, all of these short orders here, just fueling price up, just fueling it up. And now we have a bunch of loans coming in. And why are they coming in? Because they saw that little pump yesterday. But do not be blinded by those wicks. We must take into account those top and tails there. Some pretty good resistance in there. Low volume yesterday, volume also diverging. So we had bear divs on volume. We had bear divs across the board. But nonetheless, we were looking for a little bit of a bounce from here, but we're moving too slow for this to be anything other than bearish divergence trying to get the move up, because it did happen on a Sunday. So have to take that into consideration also. Let me switch back over to here. So, there's plenty of liquidity overhead. I'm really not sure how I feel about this anymore. We've done it now. It's been done. I whined about it yesterday, and now it's happened. I don't know how I feel about it at this point, but nonetheless, we're seeing a little bit of a reaction there. We do have a momentum line there that could act as a little bit of resistance. When I looked at the indicators down here on the 1-hour time frame, I could see us trying to put in a rounding bottom down here, trying to stop the sell-off. I'm not particularly fond of this setup here on the RSI. Take a look here at the MACD and the Delta. And it looks like we're trying to get a positive cross here on the Delta. I probably need to adjust the settings on this. I don't know if I had time to do this one this morning. So it's something that I may need to change on this. But nonetheless, you're trying to get a positive cross here on the Delta. MACD is below the 0 line. So if it does start to push up, we could be seeing some bullish divergence or some underlying strength coming in from this point. So I'll keep an eye on that. If you were to get long, then this will be, less risky to take it from where it is now. I know we're just getting started on the stream, but let's just say you're already in this long position, then okay. But if you're somebody who wasn't in a long position already, this would probably be an okay place to get into it with a stop loss set for here. I'm gonna take this away now. So I like to leave things on here just to come back and cover what we looked at. And let's see, 15-minute. This is okay here on the 15-minute. You do have that bullish divergence down here from this drop. So I just hate to start seeing a bunch of loans piling to the market and then suddenly, they start to squeeze prices down. So then they, start up with the long squeeze, but do have some bullish divergence here on this drop. So could consider taking a long there. Again, with the stop loss set here. And you already know you'd be targeting this high. Well, actually, you'd be targeting these highs here. Some pretty equal highs here that usually gets taken, which is why I was so adamant that, they try to invalidate this, but struggled to get it done. All right, let me see. I need to add one more thing to my chart over here. I'm so sorry. I'm still just kind of setting up. Still kind of setting up. Let me see. Money flow looks like over here. So divergence on that money flow, bearish divergence. Let's see over here. I like the 1 hour. There are some things about the 1 hour time frame that indicate that prices could go higher here. Like I was saying, with that bullish divergence over here on this 15-minute time frame. But my thing is it going to stop out right here now? So I do have a little bit of concern. Maybe on that first push up, these lows in here do act as a bit of resistance. Since it does have this cloud cover, so if we're trying to push up now, we have this cloud cover here from this yellow signal line. That may not get too far. But again, it's not a bad position to be in terms of a long, and just be prepared to take some profit so you're not sitting in a losing trade. But so far it looks pretty good. Let me add one more thing over here on this chart. Palantir's is freaking killing it. I mean, what else do you expect from Palantir? Well, yesterday, yeah, it completely demolished that rising pattern. And I always say that about Palantir. I know I'm not looking at that chart right now. We're on Bitcoin, but it has a tendency to just break through bearish formations. It's not a stock to look to short, that's for sure. Yep, I'm seeing the bullish divergence from that MACD as well. Well, actually from both the MACD and the Delta on that 15-minute time frame also. So you have it on the RSI, you have it on the Delta, and you have it on the MACD. All right, so while I don't think Bitcoin is prepared to come back down here and take out this low, I'm gonna just go ahead and look at SUI and Ethereum, XRP, and Solana. Just kind of seeing where they are in the market. Again, SUI just continues to show that it is lacking some strength here. Front run that golden pocket there. Potentially we could be coming back down here into this golden pocket. You know, I was looking down a little bit lower, but this again may be off the table, that 228. But I do definitely think that we could afford to come back down here to this golden pocket. We'll see how things end up going today for that to take place. But otherwise, you know, it's still within this range here on the chart. Just slide these out a little bit. But again, it's not showing a great deal of strength at all. This could be a little bear flag here. Yeah, I don't see anything that I'm actually liking about the chart at the moment. Rejection off of the 200 EMA on the 4-hour time frame. And that 200 EMA is right here in this blue. As we're attempting to hold support from what is possibly the 400 EMA here at the moment. So not really feeling SUI too much. All right, Ethereum over here. This is drawn off of the daily time frame, so please ignore this overspill here. I know it looks awkward. I don't like for it to look like that, but I did do it from this time frame and from a line chart. But Ethereum did try pushing back up here yesterday. Did really good, to be honest with you. Ethereum did really nice after that sell off there. Held the range, never broke the range low here. For the weekly, got the push out. Didn't quite make its way back up here to the top side here, or the underside here of this next weekly level at 37.58. But nonetheless, it looks pretty decent in here. Take a look at, yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that on money flow. We are starting to see a negative delta cross here, but the RSI still looks pretty nice, so could be a nothing burger, especially since that MACD is coming up the zero line. So I just kind of watch this today. If you are long on Ethereum, there are a few sell signals in here for it, but see daily. Yeah, could just be, like I said yesterday, likely a lower high could be getting put in. If it does manage to push up through here, it'll be with some bear divs, that's for sure. It would just be a bear div. That's what I can see, but nonetheless, people are excited about Ethereum, so they're piling in. Let's see, XRP did get a break above this trend line here, but still not managing to get far away from its weekly level here at the 302 high here. Definitely reclaim of the VWAP. Let me see what that EMA looks like for it. I need to adjust this. All right, so a little bit of a rejection from the low of the dynamic cloud here. And I can see the bear divs on XRP. Bollinger kind of flat. So bear divs on XRP, probably bear divs on everything right now, as it was yesterday. The cloud cover here is, from this point, from where this red candle came in, actually from where we got the break above this trend line. I guess from that point, it wasn't making sense anymore. Yeah. This should be in red. I haven't changed this one actually over here. So this should be red, and then this part here should be green. But it's not cute. Maybe another day or two. The daily is starting to, it's attempting to pull itself together. So maybe another day or two here on XRP, but you know the levels for XRP already. If it gets through this 302, I mean, you can also look at this previous week high over here. It doesn't really have a lot going for it here to the upside. I do need to add a 4-hour level in here for it, which is probably going to be somewhere within here. So that actually does make sense. I'm looking at here at the previous week high, this little sandwich here, where this was acting as support, and then price comes back up and treats this as resistance. This is likely a 4-hour zone for price to return to. For now, I'm just going to do it like this for now. And then I'll correct it later to make sure I do it properly. Yeah, I'll leave it in purple. And back to the downside, maybe the whole VWAP, fails the whole VWAP, then I wouldn't be looking at this 274 anymore. I'll be looking at the 260 next. But it looks like the next few days we can see something shaping up here for XRP. All right, Bitcoin continuing to look pretty decent there. All right, so Solana, this is what I was looking for on Solana. I was looking for Solana to get this move back down here to the bottom, back here to the top, back down here. And then, I'm trying to get in on leverage trade. I have Solana spot, but I am looking to get in on a leverage trade. So we'll see how this goes. I don't think Solana just blasts up through here. I think Solana might have some bear divs as well. And of course it does, got a bear div here to here, bear div on this 4-hour time frame. So I do see us coming back down. Um, Yep, just underneath that 200 EMA here on the 4-hour time frame also. So we do need to get above these the lows in here. Needs to be able to flip these lows in here if it's looking to I'm gonna do it like that. Let me make sure. No, this recent one here. So price just needs to get above these lows. First of all, move back down because of the bear div. So this might be playing out the way I want it to play out. Take a look here. RSI was overextended. I will change my mind and consider a late entry on Solana if the MACD crosses above the delta. And you heard me right. I did not say the zero line. I said the delta. So if the MACD crosses above the delta, then I'll consider a late entry long. All right, total 2 still holding up here with that bounce away from the golden pocket here. And this is just excluding Ethereum. I'm sorry, excluding Bitcoin here. Ethereum is in here, so nonetheless, it is holding up. Don't have anything in here that I don't think I mentioned this yesterday, but I guess that would be, yeah. So we know that that is resistance here on total. Total 2, resistance there, resistance there, resistance there. And at each point here, money flow was also in the red. So it was in the red there, it was in the red there, and it was in the red here. We talked about the bar count, which is what, 20 bars in. So we're actually beyond. No, we're still 20 bars in on the monthly. That the first rally was 20 bars in, and then we got the reversal. The second one was 15 bars in, and then we got the reversal. And so now we're back to the 20 bars again, and we're already seeing a couple of signals in here. I still think that total could push higher. I may need to look at a different chart instead of 2. I may just need to look at the one for just for the altcoins, excluding Bitcoin and Ethereum, because this is giving me topping signals. And I feel like it's not correct, but who am I? Anyway, that's the information I'm seeing though. And that's this trend line here on the RSI. And I know that this could also be simply because we're inside of a pattern. So you can see how this is failing to cross above. So the numerical order is off here. And that may just be because of the consolidation of it being within that pattern. which is the ascending broadening pattern here. It could be because of that and that only. I'll come back to that one later. All right, so Bitcoin dominance continues to get rejected from standard deviation 1, continues to hold standard deviation 2, and still within the broader pattern here, which is an ascending channel. So right now it's down. Let me put this on a 1 hour just for a sec to see. All right, so dominance did come up just a little bit in here, currently rejecting off a standard deviation 1 to the upside here on the 1 hour time frame. But if it starts to squeeze, it could potentially get a push up higher. I wouldn't expect for it to do anything more than what it's already been doing at this point. It's just attempting attempting to break through those lows again, which is just a high of the Bollinger Band on the weekly, standard deviation 1. Yeah, I wouldn't expect for it to do anything more than just come back up here again and attempt these highs. VIX. Still keeping my eyes on this VIX. VIX did get a rejection here at the 20 SMA here within the Bollinger. But again, like I said, VIX usually bounces away when it gets on top of this standard deviation 1 here. Usually see a pop out of VIX. And so that's what we're witnessing right now. Once it's able to get through the previous week high, then yeah, we can be looking forward to come back up here. Lots of volatility here. Lots of room for VIX to move. But right now it is, cooling off a little bit. Could have a lot to do with Palantir. I do have a couple of other earnings coming today as well. But that could have a lot to do with Palantir. And then, of course, USDT dominance. We talked about that last monthly candle close. Got the bounce away from the macro trend line here. Macro goes all the way back here. Well, it started here. And it has, it has always worked. So it doesn't mean that it has to shoot back up here or anything of that nature, but it has always worked. Like that. Let me see. Okay, so that was bearish. It was bearish through there. But nonetheless, it is still rising. And the MACD is still holding above this orange signal line. So we are near some sort of a conclusion. But I do expect for this to get a bounce. It could be another month or so. before we push up higher here, but definitely showing some sort of underlying strength here on the MACD. Well, on the delta, it is showing some sort of underlying strength, even though it's catching those bear dips at the highs. It still has underlying strength. So, all right, let me jump back over here to Bitcoin. So 200 EMA here on the 5-minute time frame. So price is clipping right now. Let's see where this is at on this chart. The only thing I can see about this move right here, it doesn't mean that it's not going to push up higher because, again, I think that it was a pretty good long entry, especially with the bullish divergence underneath here for this 15-minute time frame. It's just it's trying to push up a little bit too quick, and I think it's missing some lacking a little bit of strength and it's trying to do what it did over here, and you can see how this similarity here, how it's just straight in the air, just the RSI along with this first fast signal right here, just those two. I don't like that. It should be something smoother like this, but it's just these two. So I don't like that. It still did well over here to this point, but I just don't like that. I totally missed that. Somebody named I don't know, Wookie, JD Wookie. Okay. I am not the coin king. I am down to crypto TA. So no, I am not a man. I have a vagina. I was born a woman. That's hilarious. All right. Bitcoin continues to look pretty decent here. Again, the only thing I don't like it. I don't like this portion here of the RSI, but just because I'm afraid that it might do something like this. But otherwise, looking pretty good. If you did get long, again, it wasn't a bad decision to make with the bullish divergence down here. Okay, so we're going to start to put in that bear div. Again, like I said, how these two are only simply moving together. And everything else is just kind of lagging behind. So it's lacking a little bit of momentum, even though it looks like it has some strength in here off of that bull div. It's doing a little bit too much here. Trying a little bit too hard in here, so... If you got long, that's not a bad, small TP cover fees or anything like that. Adjust your stop loss and, to walk away with some profit. Just in case. $15,148. Is that what that is? All right, so we don't really have a lot happening today in terms of data. We do have ISM services PMI, and that's going to be at 10. So at 10 a.m. we do have that. Last night I was looking at GBP, man. It looked pretty good. Just looking at something that it had not done in quite a long time. It's looking really good. It's on the 1 hour. Had my drawings on this. That's why Bitcoin is wrestling with that golden pocket. I just figured I'd jump over here on this chart. So the British pound, like you see this indicator right here, like it doesn't go as far back as this chart goes to, but just picking it up from here, 2014, you can see how the British pound stayed underneath this indicator for all these years, up until this point here in September, when it started to move across it, just kind of dropped back into it a little bit, but still held the scale line here, and how it's now just, I mean, continue. That is a big deal. I like that a lot. This is about 10 years of trading below this indicator. And for the first time, you know, this on the monthly chart here, for the past several months, it's been trading above it. So some good things might be coming out of good old GBP here. Not sure what the rest of them are looking like. Haven't really looked at them. That's my favorite one there. Euro, just in the past 2 months. Japanese yen. That was a nice one right there. So Japanese yen ain't looking too good. Not from this monthly perspective anyway. Not compared to what I was seeing there. I don't really like the Swiss franc. Dang. But I definitely play with GBP and EUR. I definitely would mess with both of those. It's not bad. All right, a little small rejection here from the golden pocket. I'm just looking at some of these other altcoins over here, trying to see something that might be interesting. So Chainlink yesterday got that rejection from that neckline. And this was the daily. Well, I drew it off of the weekly here, and I did it off of the line chart. But that's what it got the rejection from yesterday. Did come back into this range here. I could probably move this now to this actually. And this may be something more like a mega. Yeah, maybe something more like that instead. And I think with this 1 month momentum, so we held both of these really good, just the low of the weekly range as well as that monthly momentum line that was sitting down there. If I click on this monthly, it may have disappeared. It couldn't have. I guess I have it where it only shows up on this chart. But either way, you delete it. It doesn't matter. It was on the weekly anyway. The weekly average return here. This looks a lot like Total 2. Thank you. Sorry, should have known that was going to happen. Yeah, looks a lot like Total 2. I'll probably hold off on alts. This looks like it'll come back down. Link. Overall, a good looking chart, but it does look like it is going to come back down. Despite, whatever's happened early this morning, it looks like it might return. Virtual's still stalling out, still above VWAP. Still has the potential to come into this 2-day fair value gap. Otherwise, be looking a little bit lower. Yeah, this can still come down into here, at least, banking on the idea of it finding some potential support in here. Still looking a little bearish and all. Excuse me. See theta here. So the 2-day is coiling. Sorry. 2-day is coiling here on theta. I need something to drink. You want ice in there? Ice coffee. It's hot. I just need something to drink right now. Water. Yeah, water. I'm getting choked up. See theta. Thank you. What's money flow extended there on theta at the high of that weekly range there. All right, so it's now sitting at the next weekly range, which is 72 cents. holding that support there. Golden pocket. Theta might be all right. I mean, it is coiling in here, so it's coiling at the lows. That usually leads to a push up. Let's see the last time. And just add some more lines on this chart. I just want to see this from another chart. See it from a 4 hour. Just want to see what it's doing inside of this coiling. It's not actually making any sort of a pattern or anything inside of that. Yeah, it's not actually making a pattern, but at least you can see that it's coiling. You can see where that mother bar is located at, and you'd be looking for the break outside of here, and the measure move would be a 1-to-1 of this range here. So if it was to the upside, let me see. If it was to the upside, then yeah, you'd be looking for price to come back in here. To take out that liquidity there. And I'm gonna check the map and see if there's anything in line with this. You'd be looking for that. If it breaks up out of here, and it, you know, being that it's at the lows, it typically happens like that. Let's see if it dropped to the downside, then you'd be back at that weekly low, and that's the lowest low I have here. It's around at 63. And this looks like it breaks to the upside. I'm gonna delete it for now since there's no pattern happening here, but you can definitely watch that for data. Yeah, this could be the start of the bigger move. Putting in its first higher low potentially. That's my thing for it. I think it's gonna put in its first higher low because it hasn't done that. Not here since this decline. It's only put in lower low. So a higher low here and then come up and break. So we don't have to worry about it breaking this one per se. I would move that to here. That makes it a lot easier to get the closure above this pivot here instead of this one. And then that will also, looks like that would be like an inverted head and shoulder. So I'd definitely be looking for this to break to the upside here for theta. All right. Sorry. All right, so a little rejection over here on Bitcoin. Oh yeah, and with that theta, I'd be looking for it to chop around a little bit. It shouldn't be anything like a V shape because it is coiling. I will look for that coiling to continue. And then over the next, I don't know, maybe the next few weeks, we see a break to the upside. We still have this liquidity down here. Again, this liquidity down here is in line with what I'd be looking for over here with these highs. It's not a lot. It's not a lot of liquidity that got built up over the past 24 hours. I mean, we have what I did show you earlier on the map, but we're sitting a little bit closer. Let me see. It's 35, it's 41. See, about 115, 279, something like that. And it's basically just putting us back here again. Just purple box. It's not much in between here. You can see like we're just in the middle of nothing. And then this was what we were looking for yesterday, which just happened on the chart. What that white line was at, without liquidity, that was that. So we're just kind of in the middle of nothing at the moment until we get into here, which is going to be, again, like I said, that purple box that we were in. That'll put us back into that. And then down below here is where that yellow box is at. And then this in here would just be, yeah. That this darker yellow in here, that would be this. All right. 1 hour is getting a little bit tighter here on the Bollinger for dominance, Bitcoin dominance. Take a look at Ethereum dominance. Looks pretty nice. So Ethereum dominance is hitting a little bit of resistance. And I guess we can see that from Ethereum's chart too. See Bitcoin trying to get that push. So Ethereum dominance is hitting a little bit of resistance in here, and that is 11.92%. Somewhere around in here is hitting a little bit of resistance. But once it manages to get through that, then we can be looking at that 13.97 to 15.52% in here. But it is starting to cap a little bit in here. Overall on the let's add this in a little bit. I mean, on the 1 hour it looks hella crazy though. I like the Bollinger on the 1 hour. So it did just kind of drop back down to standard deviation 1. The bearish control zone as it is starting to squeeze here. Just like Bitcoin dominance is squeezing on the 1 hour also. I don't know what I can really gauge from this. So I can see the dominance went down there. It's capping here. Money flow had a major squeeze right here. So I'll look back at this one once this actually confirms. And at the moment, I would say that it has underlying strength. I would say that it has underlying strength. Let's see what this squeeze does, though. I only wish I needed to take a new loan. I didn't. I'm still holding on to the one that I was in. So, yeah. That I entered on Sunday. Let me see if I can move this. All right. I'm still putting in that bear div. Let's see if we can invalidate it. Oh, if only I needed to get long. I'm gonna eat my breakfast. And we can see we're lacking the volume. At least over here, it had a little bit more volume. We're lacking the volume here. And of course, the shorts are piling in. Just shaking my head. And you know what? It's not that bears are wrong for looking to short. It's just what's the purpose in trying to short when you know that this is all about liquidity? You haven't even touched the liquidity zone yet. So what's the purpose of shorting right now? Let me add something to the chart just so we can see something. And zoom out on this candle. Yeah, volume is kind of trashy. Not kind of, it really is. But volume can always change. I'm gonna let this candle close, see how it does. A little bit of a tweezer top. With the bear div on that money flow here on this 5-minute time frame. You see it right here. RSI still looks okay. Are starting to cross that. Yeah, I did it right here too. So might be a little something to this zone right here. We're hitting that cloud cover over here on the 1 hour time frame as well. I'm not telling you to take the short. Because the more shorts that pile in, it squeezes the price up. And right now, it's just an abundance of shorts in the market. Just have a bias. If you want to be long, just look for longs and take profit on these pushes to the upside for the long. And yeah, I mean, if you want to be short, you're just looking for shorts. Just pick a side. That did not close below there. I can't really see with that thick line in the way anyway. Mm. It's just a fast cross on the delta on that 15-minute time frame with this situation in here with the little tweezer top and the indecision candle. At that point, with the volume discrepancy um, here, and then that 5 minute actually just wasn't, I wouldn't have validated this closure. Like I said, it didn't really look like it. I mean, it ever so slightly closed below this candle over here, just not enough to really confirm anything. But if you're just looking at the indicators, then I would say, may get a pullback from here. Yeah, 1 hour suggests a pullback. Volume suggests a pullback. Tweezer top suggests a pullback. Sorry, let me just put this back over here for a sec. Is it just me or is the market not boring? It is very boring. I'm gonna switch this back to the 15 minutes so you're not getting sidetracked by little small moves on the 15-minute time frame. Still above this little low over here. Still above that. In fact, I'm gonna take that away because I don't really like those too much. Just keep this one on. And this could just be a sweep of liquidity. Um, could just be a sweep of liquidity off of this low. If this does come down, it could just be doing that. Just saying, since this is an outside bar and this is an inside. So a doji here. Moving so slow. Oh boy. Dominance continuing to drop. Ethereum dominance is actually getting a little bit of a red candle on it now. Bitcoin dominance is getting a little bit of a green candle on that squeeze we were looking at on the 1 hour time frame. Nothing major yet. I'm just looking at that. So, while not confirmed, the MACD on the 15-minute time frame may be maybe getting a negative cross. It's not confirmed just yet. It's still above it. Only the delta so far. Let's take that away because we've done that now. my gosh, if this candle drops any slower, it is killing me. It's killing me to sit here and watch this candle drop. Mm. Let's see what Ethereum is doing. A little small rejection. Come on, Biddy. Yeah, the volume gets even worse. But nonetheless, cloud cover. So we'll see. It's moving so slow though. If you did get short, I mean, I would treat it like a scalp. Bless you. Let me just look at something else over here. Yeah. I saw this last night when this drop right here was happening. And I was like, oh, okay, so the 1 hour might be trying to do something, but then you can see how it lacked the momentum to be able to push up from that point, because this just stayed flat and straight down, instead of how when this tends to happen, this breaks to the upside. Yeah. That's what got me the last time on that 4 hour. I wasn't paying attention to that. And then price newt. This is pure weakness right now. Still made some money if you did that long, but this is just pure weakness at the moment. Then price stopped out at the 200 EMA on the 1 hour. Doom, doom, doom. NVIDIA pre-market $181.26. So it did continue to push up even more off of that long position. Palantir's 170 pre-market. It's what 160 on the close yesterday, and then after hours, yeah. So it's 170 now. Good $10 move on Palantir. So coin is still flat. Closed at 318 yesterday. It's down a little bit, 314 pre-market on coin. I'm looking for this next level to get hit if that happens. It is showing that it has some underlying strength within here. But that next level is 301 to 272, maybe 301. Maybe if we tap into that, I'll be looking to take a trade off the 1 hour time frame. This time I actually use a little bit of leverage over on BTCC. If I can get that. It's actually sitting on top of some support on the 1 hour time frame at the moment. Pre-market price where it bounced up a little bit from yesterday. for revisiting it, but I would like that 301. Tesla pre-market 310.75, $310.75. Closed yesterday about 309. So not much of a big move here on Tesla. 1 hour is going to put in some bearish divergence, but overall, I think Tesla looks fine. But in terms of the 1 hour time frame, a little bit of got a little bit of something going on there. Apple, it's 212 pre-market, 211 closed yesterday. Gap down. Let's see. That gap down from Friday, well, Thursday, that gap is still open there. Seeing this off of the 1 hour daily. Let me see this on Apple. No, that's Amazon. I'm so sorry. That is Amazon I'm looking. I'm like, what the heck happened to Apple? Okay, so Amazon with that gap down from Thursday. Pre-market 212. Almost 213. Let me see. It's here. It's a little bit of a support zone here for the daily where it's sitting at. Let me change that to a daily. And this is between 212.30 and 207.31. So it is getting a little bit of a bounce out of that from that. Nasty squeeze on the daily for Amazon. The last time it got a squeeze like that, market dropped significantly. Let me see, price dropped. I mean, it did a 33% retracement off of that daily. The last time it got this squeeze like this on Amazon. Let's see if there's anything else to the story. Oof. Let's see how this goes today. The next, let me see. Actually, let me put that back. I want to see what the next level would be around this weekly at 96.75 if Amazon does continue to drop. And then let's see. All right, Apple pre-market is 204. I'm just looking back at Bitcoin. -15-minute negative delta, negative MACD at the moment. RSI still looks, I mean, minus the cloud cover. Bouncing off standard deviation 1. Yeah, minus the cloud cover. Still above here. Yeah. Again, could sweep the liquidity down here. And if it's more than a sweep, then I'll be looking for price to come back down here to standard deviation 1. Bollinger. Intel absolutely I found myself a new little gem. I like it. It had a pretty nice pullback on it. It's BAH. Booz Allen Hamilton Holding Corporation. It gets overshadowed by NVIDIA. Not NVIDIA, but Palantir. Prices right now pre-market 112, but it did get a nice correction on this chart. Just looking at it from, let's see. So I bought some yesterday. While Bitcoin continues that move down. So just on your chart, make sure you have that that mother bar outlined, just to see if we're going to get that sweep of liquidity there. Biddy. So it did get like a little double bottom down here, retracement into an ascending trend line. And if you look here on the monthly time frame here, you can see how it tapped back into this red candle here, this wick over here. So it retraced. Let's see what that retracement is there. Retraced like 48% down. So I mean, I bought some yesterday. After hours, I picked it up. Nice little trend line here. So you can see how far that trend line goes back. 2017 here. Respectable trend line along with this horizontal level here. And if I look at this, no expansion. So if I look here, it just came back down here to what I would have been looking at on a retracement here too. So it doesn't have an expansion yet. If it does start to expand or come back down here and lose this, I'll probably drop it. But I think that this looks really nice. Government contracts is what it really leans on. That's the only issue. I know Palantir, you know, they're working on some other things outside of government contracts. So that would be a downfall to this one. But nonetheless, I think that this is pretty good. So I picked up. This would have to be a bear div with any attempt to come up here. It would have to be a bear div. Thank you. It's just moving so slow. Dominance must have dropped back down again too, which it did. Go back to standard deviation 1 here on the 1 hour, and Ethereum dominance pop back up a little bit here. Thank you. Let's see what the pattern is here. Okay. Yeah, another thing too with coin is it is about to fill in a little small gap it had here too at 308. It's 309. It's dropping a little bit here pre-market. And it's getting a little bit of a reaction from that gap too. Coin. Mm. Let me find a meme or something. Let's see. Bubbles got going on. Oh, look at old Pump, up 14.5%. Mm-mm-mm. Let's see. Look at the RSI heat map. Everything is basically in neutral. That Litecoin is overbought. I don't see anything I want to trade. Nothing. I'm already in a long and a short on Bitcoin, so nothing here unless Bitcoin drops down a little lower, like I'm looking for, which I would like to happen anyway. But unless that happens, then there's nothing to do here. That's why I keep looking at the stock market so much too. Just a better chance at something here on the stock market, especially with the blue chips. Triple Qs, pre-market 566. Hood 106. Hasn't moved much yesterday. Moved much from yesterday. It's actually back at the resistance that it was hitting on the 1 hour time frame. I can see that resistance here around about 107. So it's 106 now. So it's just back at these highs on Hood. I think AMD has earnings today. Is it today? No, it's tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow AMD has earnings. Pre-market 179. Closed yesterday 176. Mhm. 15-minute money flow in the red on Biddy. I mean, like I said, if it's getting this push up, it's doing it with some bearish divergence. I mean, volume is garbage at the moment, so we already see the volume divergence. Uh, yeah, we don't have all of this going on right now, not with this little move. Nope. But RSI still looks decent here. Um, Short squeeze, if anything, but that's all. Just a short squeeze. This is the point where shorts started coming in. After this candle closed here, shorts started piling in all the way up through here. So it's I mean, yeah, I have to say it's a short squeeze. Since I don't see anything else that looks right about this time frame, at least. SUI is pegged to Bitcoin right now. I'm seeing SUI get a nice little green candle here with Bitcoin. Oh, hold on. Let me see something here. Yeah, Ethereum's getting a red candle, but I'm looking at some of the altcoins over here that are pretty pegged to Bitcoin in the moment. And I still don't feel like SUI has any strength. Just sitting in this zone. Could be accumulation here, but could be. I mean, the 4-hour looks nice. The 4-hour RSI looks nice anyway on SUI. Aside from the bear divs, which it can invalidate, alright, there she goes with that RSI. After that little push up. And that money flow situation here. And this is starting to rise a little bit more for that squeeze here. We even had a little bit of a cloud cover over here on the DTI as well. Just slow, just really slow. Expansion, you can't see this, but expansion starts, of course, below this little line right here. This little pivot right here, I'm sorry. Once it breaks below this momentum line here and here, and then we'll see what she wants to do with this liquidity from this range here. And then again, I will be looking down here for a measured move. If it does anything more than sweeping the liquidity here. Got to get there first, but you know, I know the stream will be behind, so I'm just trying to say the possibilities. It look like it's look like we got a little head and shoulder here too on this RSI. Let me put this here in case you need to know what this number is. Stock market is continuing to pump over here. I may look to take a long position on Amazon. Can't do anything until market opens anyway. On BTCC, but I also want to see how we do when market opens as well. The 5x leverage on it. Mhm. All right, while Bitcoin is being slow, because I am considering taking a long position on Amazon. Once I'm able to actually take one pre-market, you can see it's at 213.24, closed yesterday at 211.72. Not sure what it did after hours in terms of any additional move to the downside, but if we can get it, which I would prefer to get it, is to actually fill in this little gap over here. So somewhere um, within here. You can see the last time it got a little bounce up away from there. So, gaps sometimes act as support. It stayed away from it again here. If I could get that, then that would be nice. You know, back into this little area right here to fill in this gap here. This would be the absolute low for me here. And that's, of course, that previous low over there, 207.32 for the Amazon long setup here. Got a little bit of a rejection in here. At one point, it looks like it tried to get a push up here and it failed. And then just killed this entire candle back to red. Potential resistance, once you get through here, just getting back into the gap, right? So again, the gap can act as some sort of a resistance, but if not, then we come back up here through this weekly range. Of course, the gap fill there and potential resistance again. Somewhere around this entire candle actually, but I just did it like that. Just because I just needed to do something. But on the downside, that's what I'm looking for. And then that of course would be where I would abort at 207. I just want to get it down here though. I want to be closer to something where I feel more comfortable with taking this trade, but I like it. It's very oversold at the moment. Doesn't guarantee that it gets a pump, but you can see that it's extremely oversold down here. Last time it did anything similar, not exactly oversold in here. It could have done that, and then it snapped back in, got a nice little move right there. Just trying to see how on this time frame how well it does when it does get into oversold conditions. You can see oversold here. Nice little move oversold in here too on the 1 hour time frame. So let's see if we can get the same thing out of Amazon once again. That would be nice. That's a 2 hour. Let me flip over here to the 1. It's nothing different than what I'm looking at over there per se. Tried to stop some of the selling pressure in here, and it's continuing to show that there is the possibility of that happening. So I'm gonna keep it on a 2 hour though. That's what I'm looking for. I'm still holding that momentum line there for Bitcoin. It's a slow. Dominance is possibly getting its second green candle on the 1 hour time frame. I mean, this candle did just open, so got plenty of time on it. Yeah, that Amazon, it would just be a 1 hour trade. I don't like the high, I don't like the weekly, but it would just be a 1 hour trade for sure. $220. I can see that little, I know I mentioned that head and shoulder on the RSI. I can also see some sort of, I mean, you can see it here too, but I don't know if we're pausing around for something like, I don't know what we're pausing around for. I still lean towards it getting a rejection here, but we are too slow. All right, that's a little bit more like it. The volume is still garbage, but that's a little bit more like it. All right, and again, we're looking to see if we do more than a sweep below here. As if we do more than a sweep, then I'm looking down here, back down in here. If we only do a sweep, then we could get a bounce. I mean, volume's a little garbagey. And if you don't know what this level is, just let me do this with this level now. See if we can get more than a sweep. Shit. Yeah, volume, the sell volume is a little bit garbagey. You know, we've been prepping for it. All right. We just hold on here another less than 10 minutes over here. We could get a double confirmation from the MACD. So a double sell sticker confirmation on the MACD. But it would have to happen with this candle. I mean, that large candle with that small volume is a discrepancy itself. But like I said, we could still see a double confirmation from the MACD. So at this point, that's more than a sweep of that one. All right, it's coming up. Yeah, that's basically confirming that double confirmation on the MACD. I still need to see this candle close, but nonetheless, if you did it, you did it. Yay! I'm not encouraging the shorts though, because the shorts just tend to lead to more of a squeeze to the upside. But again, that measured move is down here. Still got time. Still got time. It's to here. Now, with the confirmation of the MACD, it could send us lower with that rejection here too, with that cloud cover here on the 1 hour time frame. Hold on, see, we're trying to hold on to the blue signal line down here. Okay, and then that's the momentum line here on the 1 hour. So that's 114. I'm just going to slide this over. So that's 114, 395.20. Is that about what we did? Close enough. That was where it was here off of the 1 hour. So it was this one. Okay. Still, let's see what this MACD does. Less than 5 more minutes on that. So I don't actually have to sync that, so I can see it there now. Drop that one now. It would need to. I mean, it's you can see the confluence here with this 114 and where the RSI dropped to. You can see the confluence there between that momentum line and the RSI here. Um, it would have to reclaim back above here, back above where it got the breakdown from the range. Would have to reclaim. Oh, thank you, Robin. Thank you. I'm sorry I missed your message. And thank you, Owen, as well. And I called it a tweet. All right, so that was a double confirmation there on the MACD bearish cross, but it's 15-minute time frame. Even though we are making some sort of attempt on the RSI, MACD is confirming something here, bearishness. And that one just disappeared. Let me look at the 4-hour. Let's see, two. Let me check here. We ended up getting that nice volume after all. Let me just draw a fib on this as well, just in case. See what's in line with what I'm looking at. Okay, so that measure move is some good confluence here with the golden pocket. And maybe if I look at the Bollinger from this aspect, all right, all right, all right. Okay, giving a little bit of extra there. I'm gonna drop this now because that's done. Back on our white line here. Just these lows in here. I mean, that 15-minute MACD still playing out. Ooh, ooh, I can't feel wrong right now. So I like that. Let's see about this. Let's see about that. This is gruesome. This is gruesome. This is absolutely gruesome. If I had another reason to open up another short, oh my gosh. This was beautiful. That was a nice little move up. It was slow enough. It was moving slow enough. I hear our president is dumping the charts right now. Swap that liquidity down here. Let me see. Kind of front running a little bit of a liquidity level. Where is it at? It's here. Let me make sure. That's what I'm looking at. $13,297. Yeah, here. Do got some bullish divergence on this volume. But like I said, we are front running the level right here that I can see. And then of course, you know, the bigger liquidity that's sitting in here. If we get a closure just below this body here on this 1 hour, then it, you know, it could validate some bullish divergence once again, but we're not getting that. Still got some volume divergence unless it closed differently. I would like to see that though. Let's see our 5 minute. Bitcoin dominance hit a rejection point. It was just a momentum line from it with that second potentially green candle that could be coming in. It did hit a little bit of resistance there. Ethereum dominance is getting that move down closer to standard deviation 2 at the moment, below standard deviation 1 on that Bollinger squeeze on the 1 hour time frame. I like that discrepancy here on this 5 minute. And that bounce that we got was pretty nice. This has the potential to push all the way back up into these lows here. I'd rather see this get hit though. And I wanted that same thing over here yesterday and we got that push away. But I mean, I like that money flow the same way we didn't like it so much over here with that divergence, double red. I like it here. Like I said, we can confirm. All right, about 12 minutes left. We can confirm some bullish divergence potentially off of this 1 hour again. If it stays around here, but just gets this closure below here. I don't think I need that anymore, and I don't think I need this anymore. Drop that. See, that's in line with the golden pocket too. What I'm saying is kind of front running something that I see in the chart here, where I put that line at. See, that lines up with the golden pocket too. Now that may not give us the bullish divergence I'm saying that we could get if we just stay around here, but get that closure here, but still market is front running this. So I'm gonna take this line off the chart, but I know that that's what I was looking at. So the MACD and the delta is still really flat. I mean, it could be a late signal, or we could double tap back down on this move right here. So we could possibly see a double bottom, or we come back down and take that liquidity there to get that touch here into the golden pocket. That's a possibility. Rejecting from this over here at the moment. This was our yesterday. Didn't get there either. Decline in volume on the rise up. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of this. I'll hide it. Let me just label this so we all know what we're looking at. Change that color. Rid of that one for now. I don't really think I need this anymore. Not at the moment. And then I'll sync this one over here. All right. Just a few seconds left on this 1 hour candle close. Again, if we hang around here, we can get that bullish divergence on that 1 hour just with that little closure below here. All right, so that solidifies some bullish divergence for the 1 hour time frame. The potential of bullish divergence here. I wouldn't trade this per se. It's not the prettiest. And again, that is, exaggerated, but still some bullish div in here right now. Still showing a little bit of bullish divergence there. I'm not going to consider myself entering unless we do this. I just don't like the front run of levels like that. I can see the liquidity here along with the golden pocket, and the market is just straight front running that. So I would like that. This is another inside situation here. Where you can see if 1-2 times we did take that liquidity off of this first inside bar here. At least on this 5-minute. On the 15-minute, no liquidity has been taken from this inside bar here for this. If you're bullish, you want to see an invalidation of this shoulder over here. All right, Bitcoin dominance at the moment as we're getting this squeeze here on the 1 hour time frame. We did get those two green candle closures there. We're still kind of wrestling with this, as you can say, this previous high over here or whatever. But that momentum line is sitting there, and you can see ETH dominance here, tumbling just a little bit to Bitcoin. And let me just, I'm gonna do this as a line chart instead. Let's minimize some of the expectations if it is what it is. I'm gonna just do it like that. I'm gonna draw it off of this one though, since I did minimize it to a line chart. All right, so just based on a line chart, that would be less of what we would expect if I'd have drawn this out from the wick. Just the potential of this head and shoulder. I do like the way that's line in here. All right. All right, so you can already see too that if I mean we have that little small bullish divergence here on the 1 hour time frame, but you can also see that if price does push down here into this golden pocket 786 zone where this liquidity is here as well, extra liquidity, that we would have a nice bull div against this point here. Palantir still pumping. It's at 172 now and probably not stopping till it hits like maybe 200 possibly. Nvidia, a little small, very small. Just a little change of a move down here, but nothing to really talk about there. Amazon, I'm still eyeing it. It's at 212. Coin continuing to get a move down here. It's at 305 at the moment. It may have actually tapped into that next level that I mentioned, which is going to be 301 to 272. It may have hit that 301 though. Let me look at MicroStrategy today. Know why I don't see it today. Oh, here he is. So strategy pre-market is 384. I was looking at this on the higher time frame yesterday. It'll be a little bit of an ascending. Nice little squeeze there. Flipped up a little bit there. It's been hammering at it, ascending triangle. I mean, as long as it holds that SR. 15-minute delta starting to round. Bottom is starting to round out. So could be losing some steam down here. But again, I'm not interested in opening up a new long position or anything like that. Maybe if we come down here, I will be in here, just not for me at this point. But nonetheless, it's not bad. And it did look like that was an ascending triangle here as we were hammering here, and it did get to push above here. MACD could not MACD, but at least the delta looks like it's about to get across above its signal line. It could diverge with the MACD for starters, but I mean the little bullish divergence over here on the 1 hour time frame. Maybe it just puts in another little lower high here off of the one, and then it comes back down here forward. I don't see the purpose in front running it, so maybe it does that. Just another lower high and then come back down. I did kind of like that though. Ain't gonna lie. I don't know if this volume validated a breakout. But it worked. I'm gonna move from this 1 minute time frame, but so far that's not terrible. It did hold that support resistance level there with that little move back down over here. And see what it does. Want to be back above. Want to be back above here. All right, Amazon is already getting that little bit of got a little bit of a gap up here. At 213, I'm still going to give this first few minutes here some time before I make my decision on the entry. Let's see here. Let's see. I think I might jump in on it. I'm not going to do too much on this move. Play-Doh. Yeah. So just a little something on that Amazon. No, it didn't execute. I want to get messed up now. Okay. Oh, it didn't show that I was in this position beforehand. Okay. It's weird. So I double bought. Okay. All right. As I mentioned on that 15-minute time frame, you there is a positive delta cross. However, it does not mean that price can't still put in that double low. So what I'm looking for is a lower high and then another attempt back down here. I just like to see this get hit. Doesn't guarantee that it happens, but that's something that I would like to see. In the meantime, on the 15-minute, want to see price reclaim back above here, which is 115,586 to be on the bullish side of things here. It is hitting the this one here, which usually gives you a nice how you got that candle that popped out like this one, it usually does give you a pretty generous candle. Amazon long is going okay at the moment. So we are coming into a potential resistance zone here. Let's see if we get through that, and then I'd be looking for that 220. And that's where that gap starts at. All right. It's not a bad little move there for Biddy. I gotta get that over here. Okay, I felt like I needed to broaden that resistance level. All right, and so I did. All right, just need to see a flip here. I don't know why this thing still reads market closed, because it's not. Now just move these so you can see that better. But need to be reclaiming, flipping this here. That's all I'm talking about. Otherwise, this could be the lower high. And then potentially we get that move down into here. All right. And then over here on the Amazon trade, I did go ahead and enter. I tried to enter here because this did, on open, but it didn't execute for some reason. But I'm in profit on this. We are in the resistance area here for Amazon. I did drop this just ever so slightly. Because I want to see us hold in here. To be honest, I just want to see us hold in here. And then, of course, the start of the gap here around that 220. Then you can see everything else through here. But in the pocket of that resistance right now for this Amazon loan. And this is just going to be a 1 hour trade. Be out of this thing. All right, so before I go, I just want to thank everyone who stopped by today to hang out with your girl Down the Crypto TA, and you can always follow me on X at Down the Crypto TA. Also follow the Coin King. It's spelled with the D as in dog, A as in apple, COINKING. The Coin King. He's also, it's my road dog right there, the Coin King. And if I had a dream team, let me see. The Corn King, of course, would be one. And then at the real CJ, so CJ Bennett, follow him. I love what he puts out. And then there's Ayo too. I love what he puts out as well. So that would be my dream team. All right. And just note that this right here could change, especially if we get that, if let's just say this is the lower high, just understand that this could change and it may not be this resistance here that you need to move back above. All right, we're making a little bit more money on that Amazon position. It's pushing a little bit more. Some quick cash this morning. All right, Amazon. Time frame do they have me on? 1 hour? Because I'm not seeing what you're seeing. Let's switch 15. All right, it is 10 o'clock. Let me just say how much I love you. And I will see you tomorrow, 5 a.m. I'll keep you up to date on my X account. All right. Thank you.